Добрий ранок, колеги.
Good morning, colleagues, dear MPs, dear Minister, dear chairs of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Agrarian and Land Policy. We greet you with the opening of the Reclamation Forum in Ukraine. Actually, we could be sure and say that we have the ongoing reform, and today we get together in order to understand what are the developments, what will be the next phases, what perspectives are opened with this reform for communities, for investors and agrarians. Around the reform, we had a number of myths. Probably you know the first version of the law on the organization of water users. There was a wide coverage of this issue in the media, and all these myths were debunked. And if we have any question today with regard to this topic, you're very welcome, because all of you could place your questions in chat on YouTube channel. And please, those who attend this event online, please be interactive and work. We will have the second session. The experts will be answering all the questions asked, and the first part of our forum is devoted to round table discussions with the Committee on Agrarian and Land Policy. I'd like to remind you that we have planned to hold this meeting, this forum in Novaya Kakhovka, but unfortunately we have the war in this country, and no doubt with time we will be having such a forum there, and I'd like to voice that we continue our reform, and the floor is opened for the chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Agrarian Land Policy, Alexander Gaido. Good morning to all of you, my greetings to speakers, attendees, and despite the war and occupation of Ukrainian territories, we are here in order to plan the future for Ukraine after the war. Our committee last year organized off-site meetings on the issues of melioration. We had meetings with agrarians of Odessa, Mykolaiv regions. These territories where we have more than 70% of meliorated, irrigated lands, and in this regard, we have approved some decisions, and we had plans to adopt the law on the organization of water users. But because Ukraine was invaded by Russian Federation, we hope that very soon the occupied territories will be liberated. And today's forum, it's very important milestone with regard to the support of the reform that has been already launched. This forum unites politicians, representatives of power, agrarians, international partners, in order to overcome consequences and implications of the climate changes. Irrigation and melioration is a critically important issue in Ukraine. Very many people globally suffer malnourishment and hunger. And today we have a sole pool of the food international donors, and according to the forecasts in 2050 we will be needing 70% more food compared to the current period. It means that we should secure also the food, we should ensure also the food security, and this could be achieved only with the boost of the irrigated lands. And for us, it's important to take all these issues into account. Today, Ukraine has the very powerful hydraulic technical complex in Ukraine. 12% of the total agricultural land under irrigation. And we hope that thanks to our joint efforts, we will give the second breeze to these lands. It could be a part of the comprehensive reform in this sector. We'll be implementing investment projects. Last year, we adopted the law on the operators of the water users, and also this law is the critical milestone. We would like to thank the World Bank, the USAID, IFC, EBRD, and all other international partners for their support in this area. We expect that in future to address these issues, the issues of reconstruction of the Ukrainian economy, we will be obtaining this support. We have to support our agrarian sector. I thank all of you for your attention. We believe that we will be having a very productive discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Vasilievich. The floor is open to the Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food, Mykola Solsky, online. Well, we expect him to participate in our event. Actually, yeah, Mr.
Микола Тарасович, ви нас чуєте?
The floor is opened to Mykola Solsky. Unfortunately, despite the fact that I'm a second person who gives the opening remarks, I have not heard the full opening remarks speech of Alexander Gaidu. Actually, as all of you know, that we work together on the law on the organization of water users. It's a very critical law, and we had to adopt this law much earlier in order to give the boost to the economy. This law was adopted 1 year ago, and actually we have prepared all the sub-laws to this law. All other documents also were adopted by the Cabinet of Ministers last week, so this law could come in effectiveness in full, and we have very lots of information on these topics, and I hope that we will introduce all the data on the operators of water users into the state cadastre. Also, we understand that all the management of water resources and water canals, we understand that all the users could contribute to this issue, not only formally, but actually they should become an active actors in this sphere, because they could discuss such issues as price setting. Also very important to mention that despite the fact that Ukraine is in warfare, we actually continue to contribute a lot to the economy. And for us it's important that today we have lots of discussions with regards to transfer of water irrigation and reclamation issues to the Ministry of Agrarian Policy. And we believe that next year we will launch a number of projects that will be invested, supported programs, and we will cover with the irrigation projects such region as Ukraine, as Odessa region. We now do know that international donors even earlier showed their interest to this sphere. And we understand that very many other partners and donors are interested to support this segment of the Ukrainian economy. We hope that in principle the first system will be launched next year, and we will enlarge our activities. Also, we have contacts with the USAID, and we understand that in case they launch the information awareness programs parallel to the financial progress, we understand this will have a strong implication on the issues pertaining to irrigation. It's a sort of a critical issue, and we keep our hand on pulse of this issue. And for us, it's important to prepare a sort of a project after our follow-up discussions with the USAID. Also, for all our participants and for the people representing international donors, those who work in the committee, I would like to extend my gratitude for all their efforts over the last 2 years, because we have introduced lots of changes in the regulatory acts, and we understand that we will be focusing on many other issues related to the reclamation sector. Thank you very much for your invitation to this forum, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. McCullough. We wish you all possible success in implementation of melioration project, and we wish you success in your mission work. The director of the USAID programs on water resources is open to Tuksenia Sidorkina. Thank you very much.
It's a great pleasure for me to join this meeting and to discuss very important aspects of work in the agricultural sector, different aspects of the reform, and to support the intention of the USAID to support the reform. I would like to welcome you, the representatives of the Ukrainian Parliament, water management organizations, civil society organizations, and all the stakeholders who are working in the sphere of food safety in Ukraine and all over the world. Due to the war which is waged, now we face great challenges, global challenges, in fact, and we see that the agrarian sector, agro sector in Ukraine is very important in terms of food safety all over the world. Verkhovna Rada adopted many draft laws actually that open the possibilities for farmers to work successfully, and of course it enabled to open the potential of Ukraine to the world. We see that the forecasts up to 2050, and we know that without irrigation the successful harvest would be impossible. That is why we are doing everything to improve irrigation and melioration aspects, and use the irrigated lands, about 500,000 of hectares. Now Verkhovna Rada is starting the effective reform in this sector, and we do believe that the next step would be adoption of the law on irrigation channels according to the main governmental strategy concerning melioration and irrigation. We fully support the legislation and legislative initiatives in this respect, and so this package of draft laws would be very effective. We would like to welcome the discussion, today's discussion on melioration and irrigation. We highly appreciate our partnership with the Ukrainian government. I wish you fruitful work. Thank you very much for your attention. Glory to the heroes. Thank you very much. On my behalf, we also wish you good luck peace and success. Now it's very important for us to work together with our partners, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Winston Yu, Water Practice Manager for the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region at the World Bank.
At the World Bank, covering the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. Just want to thank you all for this invitation to say a few remarks at this forum on this important topic of irrigation. Also want to acknowledge, we're all deeply aware of the situation that's ongoing in Ukraine, and so thank you to the government of Ukraine and also USAID for pulling this all together. I'm particularly delighted to be here given some of the work that we started way back in 2012, so almost a decade now. Work that the World Bank, in partnership with other groups such as FAO, the European Union, USAID, and IFC, came together to help the Ukrainian government develop a comprehensive strategy on irrigation and drainage. We were very excited to see this strategy get approved in 2015, and then in 2017, a new commitment on principles of reform, and also these aspiring targets of reaching 800,000 hectares and, if possibly, 1.5 million hectares of irrigated land. That irrigation document and the following principles highlighted 5 major reforms. 1, a reform on improving how water resources would be managed in the country. 2, on improving the bulk delivery of water. 3, on transferring irrigation and drainage to local stakeholders. 4, ensuring sound finances. And 5, stimulating profitable investments and attracting the private sector. It's great to see that since all this work we look at where we are today, tremendous amount of effort on all 5 reforms. And I just wanted to say a few things about reforms 2 and 3. Reforms associated with improving the bulk delivery, so this relates to the State Agency on Water Resources, and then transferring irrigation and drainage to local stakeholders, so the agenda around water user organizations. It's really important that we get the legislation right on institutional reform. This is going to set the platform for the future. Also, in the end, if we think about it, what we really care most about is not just fixing the canals, but really fixing the institutions that are responsible for fixing the canals. From moving more to a pure civil engineering approach to one that thinks more about institutional engineering. And this, in our view, based on our experiences worldwide dealing with irrigation institutions, is a key to really unlocking and having a more productive agricultural and water economy. And so I hope during this forum there'll be more conversations about legislation and the direction of reform, and just want to thank you again for the invitation, and we look forward to working more with you in the future.
Дуже дякуємо і Світовому банку, і власне.
Thank you very much to the World Bank and all other partners who assist us in implementation of all these reforms. And now we start our round table discussions. Actually, all the questions for the media will be available during our lunchtime, and at that time media reps will have a chance to interview MPs. Oleg Tarasov, MP, the sub-chair of the Верховна Rada Committee of Agrarian and Land Policy.
Good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. Our deputies understand quite well the complex situation in the melioration field. During the independence, we had the reduction by 80% of meliorated lands. Only 1/3 of lands is used successfully. Unfortunately, we face such a challenge. We have temporarily occupied territories. we have lack of funds, insufficient funds for support, and we cannot speak right now about successful activity. The decision was taken to actually pass the some powers to the final water users. So we have poor situation with the pumping stations. The relevant draft law was adopted on the organization of water users. Now, speaking about civil engineering infrastructure that belong to the state and pumping stations, again, a state does not have enough funds to work in this field. Accordingly, the state institutions cannot attract funds, and this sector is financed only from budget. The next logical step was to develop the draft law 7577 on support of melioration system. The main function of this draft law is creation of non-commercial commercial institutions that can attract the relevant resources for water sector. It also implies the attraction of stakeholders from agrarian sector, from industrial sector, from communal enterprises that use the melioration system through the participation of their representatives in supervisory councils who that have the relevant powers to appoint the head of the communal enterprise, actually, and to approve tariffs and the list of services provided. I do believe that our experts would dwell in more detail on this topic. The draft law will be considered probably in December, and after the discussion we will take the relevant decision concerning melioration system. We will have the best practice, best experience from our stakeholders, and on our committee meeting we will meet some consensus and probably find the proper decision. Thank you very much. Thank you. On the 6th of May, the President of Ukraine signed the law of Ukraine on organization of water users and melioration of lands, and finally Ukraine had the effective mechanism for melioration and for development of hydrotechnical melioration. That was the first step. The next step would be the adoption of the law on operators of meliorating system, and we will discuss this topic today. So Vitaly Golovnya is given the floor, Deputy Minister of Agrarian Policy of Ukraine, the ministry which actually forms the state policy in the sphere of melioration and irrigation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Of course, the main urgent issue right now is the climate change. Ukraine actually also is subject to this problem, and agrarian sector in particular. Speaking about land agrarian reform, we think that the second step would be the reform of hydrotechnical melioration in Ukraine for stable development of agrarian sector in Ukraine. It was mentioned that the first step was to adopt the draft law on the organization of water users. That was the legal form for agrarians to unite and to use jointly meliorating system and to update them and improve their technical condition. Thanking to USAID partners and the relevant programs, we adopted a list of regulatory documents. Among them, the regulation 962 adopted by the cabinet of the ministers of Ukraine that stipulated the functioning of the statute of the Organization of Water Users. This would be the main document that would determine their activity. 766 regulation actually also stipulates that the meliorating network can accept certain information concerning meliorating issues. Also, another regulation, 1051, envisaged extension of functioning of meliorating systems and their components like a part of immovable property. As of today, Verkhovna Rada considers two draft laws. The first one is on operator of state meliorating systems, which envisages reform of the state water meliorating complex and its management. The second draft law, and 5203, envisages amending the tax code of Ukraine and giving this status of non-profitable organization for organization of water users. This was done in order to avoid the overlap between functioning of different organizations and the relevant tax legislation. Another document is under consideration in the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, the regulation order on registration of the new legal form, which is the Organization of Water Users. Another breakthrough was the adoption on the 12th of August, the regulation concerning transfer the property complexes of state enterprises from the state water agency to the state agency of fishery and melioration. I would like also to mention that all those steps are envisaged by the state, and they imply that the state is ready to conduct reforms in the agrarian sector, but it also helps to strengthen the economy of Ukraine, to provide food safety, and to envisage all those consequences of climate change that we have right now. All those steps allow us to create organizations of water users, and we have the relevant legislation. So that is why I would like to invite the representatives of agrarian sector to join this initiative. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very important that our government and the ministry provides support and the relevant legislation to create organizations of water users, and yesterday's adoption of the regulation on cadastre changes, which actually allowed to register the melioration objects as a state property. And this is a very important step, because we have some immovable objects actually, and they should be registered in the cadastre. Thank you very much. The floor now is given to Mr. Taras Kot, First Deputy Head of the State Fisheries Agency. They have a lot of powers and responsibilities for the development of technical melioration, so please, you're welcome. Good morning. On the 26th of August, our agency created a new department for the development of melioration. We have 4 departments. Department for Management of Melioration and Support of Water Use, Melioration Engineering, Informational Department, and the servicing of melioration structure. The first task for the new department was to ensure the implementation of the regulation of the CMU regulation concerning the transfer of the relevant rights to the State Fisheries Agency. Now all the issues concerning the transfer of movable objects are completed. We have started work on registration. We also considered all the considerations and suggestions, and the relevant documents were signed by the heads of the regional state fisheries agencies. We have small technical drawback, but still on our behalf we are assured that in the nearest future the CMU regulation would be fulfilled in the full scope. At the same time, in the speaking about State Water Resources Agency, they have actually a lot of objects on the balance of this agency and its regional departments. So we developed strict and understandable, very quick and transparent mechanism of transfer of such objects to the Ministry of Melioration. The work would be started in the beginning of October probably. If everything is well, it would be possible to prepare all the documentation until the 1st of January. In order to avoid unpleasant situations and answer the most frequent questions, I would like to say the following. Actually, the specialists who work in the sphere of water management and specialists who actually use the melioration and water resources objects, they are quite different specialists, and their functions are not mixed. When the objects would be transferred to the relevant ministry and irrigation objects, the State Melioration and Fishery Agency is not going actually to fire the specialists who actually provided the proper functioning of melioration and irrigation objects.
In our opinion, it is necessary not to change the specialists and hydrotechnicians. It's necessary to change approaches to the management and operation of such enterprises, such companies. With this purpose, we should not have a sort of a shock reorganizations, and we plan that the process will be very fast. We will improve the interest of these companies to the investors, and practically the water objects, when they are transferred to the fishery agency, we started the revision of the list of the projects that could assist us in reducing costs, and this also will allow to improve the economy of this sector. For us, it's important to reduce the power costs, and the transfer from the first to the second class of voltage for the mains and the pumping stations. Lots of discussions were around this topic, but so far, and as of today, we don't have the roadmap on this issue. Also, we have not conducted the energy audit based on the law 1818 on energy efficiency. Specialists of the Department on Melioration, actually they plan to develop the tentative scheme in order to address these issues by the end of the current year. Also, power generation for the own needs. at big companies, we have such examples. Water companies also have such a need, and they have technical capacities to provide themselves with their own generated power. We believe that this area has lots of perspectives. Our close perspective plans are as follows. We plan to have tendering on procurement for the water companies. For us, it's important to understand that we had some drawbacks in this sector in 2021, and for us it's important to unify the equipment of the pumping stations for the up pumping and repumping. It's important also to provide the backup power supply, because here we should provide the overall modernization with the renewal of the equipment. Today we should decide on how we'll address this issue, and also, it's necessary to have in focus the issues on the water cost reduction in the system. Here there are two options. It's an administrative based. We could change the system of controls and dispatching. And second is technical. We could actually change open to closed channels. For us, it's important to understand that if you plan to reconstruct our melioration system, we need lots of construction materials. And such materials before were produced in Hartzisk, in Novomoskovsk. Actually, they produced 14 pieces per one shift. To renew one main, we need more than 200 channel plates. We understand that these issues are very critical and cannot be resolved in 1 year. But if our agency, together with the agrarians, will decide on what will be most critical, for us it's important to approve the action plan on reorganization of water system for 5 years. This will allow us to have a sustainable economy in this sector, and we will have the most accurate forecast as to the costs for the next for the future period. We plan that we will do this activity in close collaboration with the agrarians. We are ready to deliver any information for the stakeholders and all the actors that are interested in these reforms. Thank you. Thank you very much for such an interesting content, your presentation. We wish you the most possible success in transferring the melioration systems to your agency, and with this you will be able to implement all your plans. The floor is open now to Artem Chernomorov. In 2 minutes, in 10:50, he will connect to us. And it's very good that let's wait for Artem Chernomorov. He is a deputy chair on the industrial policy in the agrarian sector, and Artem was the co-author of the law on organization of water users, and he also contributed to many other laws preparation. So Artem, do you hear us? Okay, good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late. I'm in Mykolaiv region. My greetings to all the participants, to the chair of this meeting. Thank you very much. I will be very brief. And I'd like to mention that this draft law is very important because it will boost the melioration system in Ukraine. This law that the law that we have not considered so far on operators of the channels is the most critical in the list of the draft laws. It means that with the law on operators of water users, it is very understandable with all the actors, and actually to have the infrastructure under their management, it's important to put a focus on this law. For melioration mains, they show that the state, as it is the owner of these mains, but it is as a governing body is not perfectly efficient. Today we understand those who pay for water, they will be the real persons who will be interested in efficiency of these water mains. The draft of the law foresees that the main controlling body will be the supervisory board. It will include the reps of the state. It will also have representatives from the Association of Water Users. Excuse me. So today we plan actually to disperse all the myths that go around state property and so on and so forth. For me, it's very important when we actually liquidate the manager of the channel, then the canal is transferred to the state. So this law allows us, first of all, to take control on a proper price setting for legal entities, those who badly need water. Also, it covers some issues related to investments. We understand that some of these channels actually need improvements, and also, I'd like to say that there is no sense and opportunity to prove reverse of melioration without this law. It is a very critical law for the agri sector. Thank you very much. So if you have any question, please ready to answer questions. Thank you, Artyom. It is one of the critical principles on implementation of the reform. Melioration networks, including water mains, should be managed with participation and to the benefit of the water users. They should actually take decisions. It should not be under the monopoly of the sole state agency. The floor is opened to Mikhailo Sokolov, and he represents his advisor to the Minister of Agrarian Policy. Actually, the previous speakers partly covered this topic. We see that actually we have lots of very many changes in the vision, because earlier we believed that the state-owned property should be always governed only by the state. Today we say no. we understand that water users, companies or individuals who get this water, who use this water, actually they know what is the value of this water. They would like to have the water of the adequate quality. So actually, for us, it's important to put a focus that they will manage these issues and they will govern these issues. It is a sort of, let's say, the mindset breakthrough, because the scope of investments is very impressive, which are needed to this sector. Actually, 5 million hectares under irrigation. You may calculate that in order to irrigate 1 hectare, we need $1,000. We understand that in the state budget we don't have these resources. For us it's important not only to invite these resources, but to use efficiently these resources. This is the task to be implemented. Thanks to this reform, we actually transfer this task to those who will pay for the water supplied. It is one side of the story. Also, lots has been said on the draft law that is under consideration in the parliament. I'd like to add the following. We take a very important step ahead, because we transform melioration network from the state, because they cannot invite investments, they cannot implement long investment supported programs, and we transfer them to the economic entities that will have their financial plans. They will be able to invite investments, and they practically with this we will address the issue how to invite investments in melioration sector. Also, this law regulates the issue. We could transfer it as a complex, because if we take melioration system and look at it by the segments, it does not work. It's a very critical approach. Physics or good sense we have such a vision for the future for this sector. Also, another issue is very important. This law is actually leaves this infrastructure in the ownership of the state, because for us it's important not to allow any corruption and abuse of the laws in this sector. For us, it's important to understand that the infrastructure should not be used to the benefit of one person who would like to enrich due to this. It's also very important side of the problem. We understand that artificial bankruptcy practices, also we do know what it is, and for us it's important to take a good care about this property and these assets. Also, another issue that is important in my consideration, for us it's important to implement the two-rate tariff. It is important to mention that when water users pay for the services provided, actually they pay for the water delivered in cubic meters. Also here, in this tariff, investment costs are included, but they are changed, but the literature water that is used is changing. So temperature of the water is critical. That is why our water economy is at stress. because on one side they should deliver the water on the best possible tariff, but in case, for example, we have a rainy season, water companies will not cover their expenses. And for us, it's very important to take this issue into account and this conflict of interest to be addressed. There should be the main tariff component, and we will include these, the running costs. And there should be also another component in the tariff that will mainly cover the issues that are not so visible. So the state bodies that are in charge of this, as well as this issue, should be fully understandable for the operators, for the organization of water users. And in my opinion, as we have already discussed, the main issues, the main content of this sub-law, and with this we show how important reform is for our national economy. At the level of the ministry, we put our best efforts to have this draft law adopted, and then we believe that with this, we will also, in the second hearing, we will improve the wording of some articles and introduce certain changes after discussions with the stakeholders and the agrarian community. For us, it's very important to do this in a close cooperation with the agrarians, because we should hear them, because they said earlier what they really need in order to have this system workable. Also, the process is ongoing at the level of the ministry. We plan to adopt this law to the benefit of the people, not to the benefit of bureaucrats. I thank very much all the efforts taken by the Agrarian Committee in the Parliament. Without their contribution, the current status with this draft law could not be imagined. Also, I'd like to thank our international partners, primarily USAID, because not only their experts' efforts, knowledge they share with us are so valuable. Also, with regards to the World Bank, I'd like to mention that everything that has been done so far, everything was done according to the strategy, and this strategy was developed by the state, by the government, based with the support of the World Bank.
Thank you very much for your presentation. In this second session of our forum, we will have a webinar for studying, for teaching agrarians certain aspects. We have some questions in chat, so you will have the possibility to ask all the questions that you have to our speakers. It is great pleasure for us that you mentioned USA, you mentioned the World Bank, that we work as a whole team. And now I would like to make my presentation on behalf of all the experts who are present here from the whole team of experts. And I would like to say that 300 million of lands are irrigated all over the world. Actually, and many enterprises take a great part in this activity. Ukraine belongs to the countries where irrigation is one of the main components for agricultural production, for export and food safety of our country. climate change, aggression of the Russian Federation now actually do not require certain serious decisions. We have never faced such a problem. We do not have such experience actually. So of course we are trying to do everything that we can in order to preserve our melioration system, irrigation system. It's very important for us right now. Every one of you knows it. Concerning irrigation, you can see on this slide that we have 5 million of hectares of irrigation and drainage, but only 1% is irrigated. In 2021 we had 500,000 of hectares. This year we see rapid decline, very fast decline, which of course affects the production of agricultural production. Climate change is another great problem that should be solved through irrigation, because until 2050 we expect that 30% of territories would be unsuitable for use without irrigation, and up to 2100 we would have 60% of such territories. That is why irrigation is a critical aspect for the functioning of agricultural sector. The reform is implemented according to the strategy of irrigation, which was approved by the government of Ukraine, and on the basis of calculations in this strategy of irrigation, of course, it also stipulated the adoption of the relevant laws and bylaws on organization of water users, etc. We have a serious lack of agricultural products, but it has potential to produce it. The latest conclusions of the World Bank concerning melioration say about the great losses come from the Russian aggression, about $200 million. So now we are not moving forward actually in this respect. The plan of renewal of agrarian policy, the strategy itself envisages renewal of agricultural sector of melioration system, and the price is $4 million of US dollars. It means that we can say that more than 1 million of hectares can be returned and used for melioration purposes. The state budget is not enough, is not capable to cover all the costs and the cost of work. So we have the good possibility for the investors and donors have a good possibility to work in this sector and to develop it. For it, it is necessary to create the certain conditions, of course, which are provided by the land market itself. We are quite sure that the investment possibilities of melioration and land market are quite good. The price for land depends on melioration. It includes melioration cost and covers all the expenses, and of course it affects the self-cost of the production, and to create such investment potential is possible through the reforms in the melioration sector, institutional reform and renewal of melioration system, and recultivation of those lands that suffered as a result of war. Taking into account the possibilities and potential of our land market, such investment potential is quite good. So that is why we continue to support the reform On my behalf, I can say that the law on organizations of water users was the first very important step. We support adoption of law on operator of melioration systems, and we initiate this year 2 pilot projects in Odessa and Cherkasy regions on creation of organizations of water users, when we will test and try all the procedures, test the relevant documentation, and will give a good example for other stakeholders that would enable to work with the melioration systems properly. So that is why, again, adoption of the law on operators is very important for us to begin our work with the organizations under new conditions and to provide food safety in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Now the floor is given to my colleagues from the World Bank, Mr. Sergei Zarya, leading agricultural economist of the World Bank.
Our best partners in this reform. Sergei, thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yes, we hear you, we see you. Greetings to all the participants. On behalf of the group of World Bank, here World Bank and IFS, IFC, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this forum. It's a very critical topic, both for the development of the agrarian sector as well the issue of food security. And a lot has been said today by other speakers. I will not repeat. Climate change has a strong implication on the agrarian economy in this country. Having a chance to work in many parts of the world from 2010 through 2020, the agricultural sector growth per capita in 2 times was higher compared to the European Union member countries. But the fluctuation was variable, and it was 35%. In the EU, it was 14%. So volatility in production in Ukraine is significant. We see this more often and more often because earlier we had some drought seasons, and we had some negative effects, but today, every other year, we encounter this situation. And all this has a very negative impact both on the economy in general and the producers. We understand this issue is very critical, not only for Ukraine, but the global agrarian economy. Mr. Sokolov mentioned the figure that if we take the figure 5 million hectares, the cost of this effort is also very high, because here land to be reclaimed as well as irrigated. So for us, it's important to have a sort of a critical approach to these issues. Melioration should play a much important role compared to the earlier periods. I would like to thank Mikhail Sokolov for his phrases related to our preparation of the strategy, and we worked on the strategy over the period from 2015 through 2018. And as we have been relying on this strategy, due to this we can go ahead with the reform today. Also, Mr. Winston, you at that time was the person who also worked in this area, but today he is the water practice manager in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. And we are very happy that our analytical contribution and knowledge is used. With regards to investments in the melioration sector, we are a little bit slow because I visited Moldova, and here World Bank prepares some projects in melioration project. Actually, they had task to prepare their legislation for this sector, and it was accomplished in 2018. The first investments by Millennium Challenge Corporation were delivered to the in 2018 out of 11 organizations of water users. In 2022, 10 out in 11 work effectively, efficiently, and by the end of 2022, they will introduce changes in the current legislation because they have covered some knowledge obtained as lessons for the first steps of implementation of this project. And World Bank plans to invest $25 million in the melioration irrigation sector in Moldova. Also, on the other hand, it is also necessary to take certain caution steps, because what I mean here, we should study the experience of other countries. Because we work with many actors. We work with USAID, we work with the Ministry of Agrarian and Land Policy, and we see that today in other countries there are some problems they encounter with regards to the management and the funding of the melioration system. 50% of the power tariff for the water melioration purpose is subsidized. From 2018 through 2021, I worked in Tashkent office of the World Bank in Uzbekistan. 1.3% of GDP is channeled to support irrigation system. Also, I worked in Vietnam. 70% of the budgetary spendings go to the melioration system support. We understand these countries are very different from Ukraine. They much more depend on the irrigation and melioration. But anyhow, these are the very critical issues, and here we should support this sector not only with the legislation, but we should fully understand the role of private and public sector in funding. We understand that here without private sector we cannot go ahead, but we don't have an example where all the melioration irrigation sector spendings were provided only from the state budget. It's a very big burden for the budget. So our understanding that this sector should be funded also by the private actors. I'd like to show you what is our effort in Ukraine. The World Bank Group works closely with the Ministry of Agrarian Policy. IFC also is an important actor, and Rano Sinha, and here he takes a lead on the issues of developing mechanisms for the realization of these programs. Taras Kota also raised the issues on this sphere, because for us it's important not only the issues of governance. We have already such an experience how melioration projects were implemented in other countries. So we are in the stage when working closely with the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, we are ready to continue our work and we now get familiarized with the draft law 75/77, and we believe that in the close timing we will have more discussions on this draft in order to accomplish this work. Also, it's good that we talked successfully with the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Land. We discussed already adopted law on organizations of water users. And finally, the group of the World Bank could be also the source of funding. And we understand that the issue of funding also improved. For us, it's important to say that here, for us, it's important to understand that with this program, we will allow efficient use of water resources in Ukraine. For us, it's important to include in the budget of 2023 also to include spendings in the amount of 200 spendings to support the budgetary allocations in the amount of $20,000, and we understand in order to make available future landings and invitation of such resources, we should have a sort of a legislation that will support it. Also, for us, it's important to have the legislation that will support not only the state level efforts, but as well as investments contribution. Thank you very much for your attention. Mikhailo Sokolov has some comments to your speech. If you allow, we could say that today we have this reform not so fast as we planned it to be, because we spent lots of time for our first steps of the reform. We understand that we are speeding up and it's a special trait of Ukraine that Ukrainians, but we have a very powerful society. Actually, sometimes we can do a lot, even more than the state could expect. So such speeding up is due to the efforts of the agrarians themselves, because they start lobbying their interests at different levels. And I'd like to mention that it is very important. Lobbying is very important when we have organizations that could do, for example, Vladimir Khvostov, he is the leader of the Association of the Water Users, and they will be pushing for the process as it was earlier with the Water Users Organization. And at that time when we see that this is really the need of this in the society, this is a public need. Actually, our reform, our features are so important because when political decisions are taken, actually it does not go without the impact on the part of the civil organizations and experts community. The floor is open to Vladimir Khvostov. He will represent Association of Water Users. I understand that on behalf of the agrarians, I would like to thank the President, the government of Ukraine for their support to the sector, because here over the recent time actually we fully renewed our Ministry of Agrarian Policy. We have a very democratic law on the land, and also we have the law adopted on the organizations of water users, and all the reforms around this sector will prove to be a success. With regards to the water issues, we understand that the rocket normally has the three stages. So if we take the law on organization of the water users, very soon we plan to launch pilot projects in Kherson. It was planned, and Odessa regions, but we understand that the war was not expected and welcomed to this land. And in order not to stop the reforms and get ready for the timing after the war, so we will be fully ready, and we work actively on these issues. So the law on water users is ready. I believe that it will be workable. In some territories, we should prove that this law operation. The second stage of the rocket is the law on operators, and we believe that the second that this law also will be very critical on the governance of the water resources in the context of the planned reforms. We have invited very proficient specialists to the process and the third stage of the rocket, and we would like to have a transfer from all the assets from the irrigation infrastructure, from the Ministry of Environment policy to the agrarian sector. We will have a more clear vision what is the governing body and what is the level of operation. For us, it's important to understand actually the fact that the large acreage of our territories is now occupied. I would like to address the Agrarian Committee. I would like to address all the MPs in the Verkhovna Rada to support the people, to support this law, because people living in the occupied territories, they also think what will be their living after liberation. They will have a more clear vision for their future with the laws and we understand that these laws will be very critical. Thank you. So next forum, I hope we will be hosting in Nova Kakhovka. Glory to Ukraine. And now we will continue our agenda. Ivan Slobodyanik, he represents the All Ukrainian Association of Territorial Communities and the Congress of Farmers. Thank you very much. It's true that what has happened from the point of view of legislation changes in the melioration sector, it's a sort of a huge step ahead, and we understand that such changes could take place in Ukraine. we understand that what is the obstacle for us is Russian Federation, but well-off farmers means well-off communities, because actually our association represents communities. 90% of the proceeds to the budget actually goes from the agribusiness. So Association of Territorial Communities is very interested in implementation of this reform. Melioration should work to the benefit of the producers and economy in general. It's important also to understand for us that such an events allow us to build up approaches and to disperse the myths. For us, it's important to understand that the attention to this reform is in the focus of the president. There is another component, that the integrated part of the reform, that is connection to the power lines. We have not covered this topic so far. The first issue is to have a proper use of the systems, but how they are connected to the power systems, it's another side of the story. The procedures here are important, and if we don't address this, it will impede the process of investing in this sector. For us, it's important to understand that in the framework of this reform, we could initiate the regulation of connection to the capacities by the agrarians. It's the issue I would like to remind to all of us. I wish all of you to have the victory in this country and to have this reform ongoing. The next speech will be very inspiring. Andrei Bihun, he is the head of the Association of Agrarian Assembly. Here I'm so happy to be with you, and emotions rather high. I'm so happy that the reform is ongoing. Also, we understand that in Kherson Oblast we had two associations. With this association we planned to put together all the agrarians' efforts. We did lots of work at that time, because at that time we united 12,000 small agrarian producers, and for us it was a very important task. Thanks to USAID support, thanks to the World Bank support, thanks to the effort taken by the Agrarian Committee in the Verkhovna Rada. Actually, these efforts were to be described in the manual. For us, it's important to check. You mentioned 5 million hectares to be under irrigation. Is the Crimea included? With the Crimea, but with the Kuban territories, the Krasnodar territories excluded. We will talk over this issue. For us, it's important to have a full understanding covering all Ukrainian territories. We support the reform. We support water users organizations. And one issue is critical, that there are some technical issues that when we transfer some assets from the Ministry of Environmental Policy. Also very important to understand that what is transferred to the Ministry of Agriculture. You know, there is a sort of a dispute between the Ministry of Environmental Policy and Ministry of Agriculture. For us, it's important to sort out these issues, because sometimes also law enforcement institutions included in this process, but is not a proper situation. We understand that there were some issues to be sorted out, because before certain functional was with the Ministry of Water Resources, but we remember that there was a sort of a different positions, but agrarians in Khersonщина has their standing, and they understand that in the earlier days not all the agrarians acted in support and in favor of the melioration sector in Ukraine. Now we realize that the reform is speeding up, and we understand that we should have a large-scale irrigation in this country. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. It's true that without corruption, Ukraine has a very good chance to perform the best and to be the most democratic country in Europe. Let's be inspired with this. So we have covered three most critical topics today related to the adoption of the law in 75-77 on water users operators, adoption of the law to the tax code in order to designate these organizations of water users, and then also melioration systems when they are transferred to the governance, to the state melioration and fishery agency. It's also three milestone topics that we have covered in our presentations. And now let's get to the discussion of the resolution. So the floor is open to the Sergei Georgievich. My greetings to all the participants of the round table. As all the members of the parliaments today mentioned, there was a huge effort on adoption of the organization of water users law. You know, there were vast discussions of this law both after the first hearing, and we understand with regards to the governance of main channels we will have lots of discussions. Because for us this important issue is this one channel, one operator, also one manager, 5 million under irrigation. It is a sort of a very huge task for us. We understand that earlier we have cited such a figure as 400,000 irrigation hectares under irrigation, and thanks to the Agro-USAID supported programs, thanks to the such actors as NGOs, associations of communities, other donors' contribution for the opportunity to conduct to launch the pilot projects. Because for us it's important actually to show for all the actors how this law could work. Without this, we should have a pilot, specific channel examples to be shown to the other agrarian producers, and this experience could be multiplied. Thanks to the resolution, participants on the preparation of resolution actually in the matter law timing collaborants in the Kherson region. Really it's one of the strong disasters, and we have communication from the civil and military administration from the Kherson area. Also, we could switch also the vision of the law enforcement institutions on this, because how we will fight collaborants and how we will do away with them. And with regards to the address to the Cabinet of Ministers. Currently, Cabinet of Ministers have not worked on the issues, how much resources is needed in order effectively to have these assets transferred. We understand so approval should be on the part of the Cabinet of Ministers with the approval of the budget for the personnel that will lead this sphere. And the articles in the tax code also to some extent are fully linked to this reform. Alexander Kovalchuk is the first author of this law, so it did not happen that the law on implementation of the amendments to the tax code and the law on the organizations of water users, this process was not parallel. And unfortunately, we could not do this. But for us, it's important that we will have the coverage of attributing water users organizations to the segment of the non-profitable organizations. We understand, and if our effort will be streamlined on these issues, and we will have more discussions in the specialists between the specialists and expert community. For us, it's important to understand what is the practices in other countries. The practice in the state of Texas was as follows, because they also covered water resources not in the open resources like lakes and ponds and rivers. They also included the resources from the water wells. This is a very critical point. Thank you very much, Alexander Georgievich. And therefore we have we now read out the resolution, and then we will be adopting finally this resolution. Please allow me to read out this resolution. Based on the results of roundtable discussions, we prepared such a resolution, draft of the resolution, and the resolution part includes the following. Given all the discussions, the participants of the World Bank discussions recommends to the Parliament to have the fastest adaptation of the law on introduction to certain legislation acts in order to improve governance of certain hydraulic engineering melioration infrastructure. Dr. Razov Chernomorov signed this. Secondly, we address the committee on the financial and taxation policy to speed up the process on including the amendments in the code text. Also, MP Kovalchuk submitted this draft law, and we recommended to adopt this document as a law. Also, we appealed to the Parliament to speed up the process on hearings and adaptations of all the laws pertaining to the sphere of water use, and to adopt them in 2022. And the fourth item, we support also the request to the request, actually, the request to take more serious efforts with regards to the people who collaborate with the Russian occupiers in the occupied territories. And the fifth item, we refer to the Ministry of Finance. We actually support this resolution. We understand that when our agrarian companies they operate in the occupied territories, they pay taxes in the occupied territories. They don't know how to organize sowing campaign, and actually those who collaborate with the Russian occupiers, they strongly impede these processes. Thank you, Alexander and Oleg, with regards to resolution. Could you comment on this? To what extent you support it? We support the draft of this resolution, and in the close timing, at the level of the committee, we will discuss this issue, and we believe that with regards to this critical draft laws that we have discussed, covering very different issues, including collaboration of certain citizens in the occupied territories with the Russian occupiers. We understand that step by step we will be moving ahead, and it's good, but the issue of transferring the entire system to the State Agency on Melioration and Fishery, all these issues will be in our focus, and we will propose to speed up work on them. And we will also focus on the norms of the draft on the law of 7577, because this is a sort of a well-structured law, and we have been meeting with many stakeholders, the level of the ministry, at the level of the subcommittees and committees in the parliament, and in the close timing we will reach consensus with regards to more speedy effort in this sphere. Thank you very much. It's very important that you, experts in ministry and committees, you put together your efforts on such issues to provide for the most immediate adaptation of these laws. Also, my request to the other participants of the roundtable discussion, maybe you have more comments, proposals. With regards to the power supply, please, power connection, please include this into the list of discussion. For us, it's important actually to focus on the wording of this draft law. For us, it's important to have a full understanding what really our objective. We understand that certain changes have already been included, but for us it's important to formulate what changes we need in this document. We understand in our working groups we will focus attention on this. What I could propose, we are discussing the melioration issues. Power connection, it's also a sort of not an easy topic to discuss. Here we should take into account also some other draft laws, because power connection of melioration entities are very critical. I could propose you that I agree that it's a very critical topic, but we should have a sort of individual discussions on this topic and build up our vision. And actually, maybe we could mention in two phrases that such issue and problem exists, and this issue to be needs to be regulated. After finalization of this forum, let's take as an example a certain object, and then we will work closely. What can we do? What will be the roadmap? And then we will have a full understanding of what should be the outcome. Thank you very much. Actually, a number of issues have been raised for the discussion. If we have no more comments and proposals, let's close up these sessions and in elaboration of the resolutive part of our forum, I would like to support Mikhail Sokolov because for us it's important to have a full understanding how we should address this issue. At the level of the committee, we could propose the discussion of this topic with our colleagues, and then we will have a more clear vision what really we need and what is our objective. I believe that it will be the correct approach. On my part, I would like to thank all the participants, those who are present offline, online. Would like to thank USAID, World Bank, IFC, EBRD, all our international partners who effectively support us to have and to boost this sector in the economy, and all of us are here in order to discuss this how we'll move ahead, and we would like to thank all of you for such a cooperation, and we believe that very soon we will get ready with the all the documents pertaining to the reform, including melioration sector, and I hope we will progress successfully. Thank you very much. And now at 1 o'clock, I invite you. We will join. Please join us. We will have webinar on organizations of water users. And if actually, if you have no comments on the resolution, draft of the resolution, let's consider it is adopted. So, if you do not mind, the resolution is considered to be approved in the wording that was read out. So we are closing the session on the on the roundtable discussion. We will continue our forum at 1 o'clock.
Чего вы не пускаете?
Справа була налагоджена, все йшло своїм чередом, доки це не прийшла до нас війна. Справа була налагоджена, все йшло своїм чередом, доки це не прийшла до нас війна. Війна геть змінила все. Важко це переносить, і загалом важко було вирішитися на переїзд. Постало питання або чекати до останнього, щоб тоді з валізами виїхати, або вже виїхати хоч з чимось і забрати свою справу тут уже і продовжити на новому місці. Вирішили, що діти важливіше, і 1 червня ми їх вивезли на Полтавщину. Шукали це так спонтанно, ткнули пальцем у карту по межах, де менше всього йдуть бойові дії, і вирішили туди перевезти дітей. Як уже ми трошечки тут влаштувалися, громада нам запропонувала допомогу. Знайшли нам спонсора Всеукраїнську асоціацію громад і «Юнісейт-Агро». Вони нам допомогли з перевізкою наших годувальниць.
До нашої програми звернулася Сергіївська територіальна громада Полтавської області, в яку релокувалася сім'я Кириченків із Донецької області, де відбуваються бойові дії. Вони переїхали самі, але також вони дуже хотіли забрати своїх корів, які є основним джерелом доходу для їхньої родини. В програмі «Юсей загального та сільського розвитку» було розглянутий цей запит, і в рамках ініціативи спільно з Всеукраїнською асоціацією громад «Згуртовані громади» було підтримана дана релокація.
У нас було поголів'я з 18 голів. У нас було 2 бички, один був племінний, який впарував уже корів, і 16 дійних корів. З них приїхало 1 бичок маленький і 6 дійних. Одна була молоденька і одна ось тільки мамою у нас стала. Вчора буквально вона привела нам маленьке телятко, ми його назвали Персиком. Проблем багато. Там ми прожили з 83-го року. Вже в кожного була своя будівля, для худоби було все побудовано. А сюди ми приїхали, і нас приїхало 17 людей сюди. Будинок трошечки в такому стані, його треба добудовувати, його треба ремонтувати. Він в нежилому стані. Взимку, я не знаю, будемо пробувати щось. Проблема постала в тому, де поставити своє поголів'я, щоб в них було дійсно гарне житло, щоб вони тоді комфортніше себе почували і давали тоді вже ж і надої будуть кращими. З тим заробітком, що зараз ми маємо, це дуже складно. Допомагають нам різні організації, збираємо кошти, там з ВПО оформили «Юнісейт-Агро» і Всеукраїнська асоціація громад, вони оплатили нам проїзд, привізку корів. Це була непідйомна сума. потроху купляємо будматеріали, ліс і крівлю, ну трошечки, щоб було хоча б щось тимчасове поставити.
За їхнім прикладом послугувала інша родина, яка також вирішила релокувати своїх корів із території бойових дій на Донеччині. І родина Кириченко погодилася надати тимчасовий прихисток для їхніх корів, для того, щоб дана родина також змогла в подальшому продовжити свою економічну діяльність як основу власного добробуту.
З нашого села люди попросили про поміч. Так як там зараз йдуть агресивні дії бойові, і люди хочуть виїхати і не хочуть втрачати свою худобу, нас попросили взяти на утримку своє господарство. Ми погодилися, тому що ми самі були в такій ситуації, ми знаємо, як це важко це втрачати, і як це важко вирішитися на виїзд. Тому ми вирішили просто допомогти. Хоча ми самі зараз в дуже скрутній ситуації, ми вирішили цим людям допомогти. Взяли на утримання худобу, корови і телята. Коли люди вже влаштовуються там на новому місці, або переправлять їм, або вони до нас, може, придумають, приїдуть сюди на Полтавщину, будемо дивитися. Крізь є люди. Люди повинні один одному допомагати. Нам допомога йшла звідусіль, з простих людей, із керівництва, із асоціації різних громад. Самі ми не залишилися. Якщо ви будете прагнути іншого життя, будете прагнути мирного життя, то я б радила виїжджати з тих міст і не переживати, що залишитесь ви самі. Вам завжди люди прийдуть на допомогу. Україна – це життя. Життя мирне, під синім небом. Дружня Україна, де один одного підтримують, де свята веселі з піснями. Тепер ми плануємо розпочинати це спочатку. Плануємо збудувати сарай для худоби, а потім вже собі щось будемо прилаштовуватися, щось утеплюватися, щоб пережити тут зиму. Будемо трошечки розширювати своє производство, щоб хоч якось трошечки підняти свою родину, хоча б на тому рівні, на якому ми були вдома. На майбутнє хотілося б всім миру побажати. І щоб процвітання нашій країні, щоб її вдалося відбудувати, щоб жилося щасливо, спокійно, щасливо, в мирі, щоб раділи діти, як раніше, щоб були тільки забути, як їх нагодувати, а не переживати, де заховати. щоб процвітала наша країна і всім добра, і всім миру.
В них амбітні плани продовжити свою економічну діяльність уже на Полтавщині. Продають громаді своє молоко, виробляють творог, сир, сливки і ще багато різновидів молочної продукції.
Ми в 2018 році почали свою діяльність в даному регіоні. В основному сіємо зернові культури, олійні культури. На сьогоднішній день у нас в обробітку 2100 гектарів. Війна стала викликом. Коли була окупація, ми тільки всі жили думками, щоб це все закінчилось, щоб звільнили наші території і щоб зайти в поля. В посівну було розграбоване господарство, нічого не залишилося, ні паливно-мастильних матеріалів, ні посівного матеріалу. Коли були звільнені території, ми спочатку займалися розмінуванням території, і аж потім тільки ми заходили з технікою працювати. І тому ми так пізно й посіялися. В даному регіоні немає жодного елеватора. Тут залишається один варіант – це знаходити приміщення, брати їх в оренду і завозити туди свій урожай. Це одне питання. Інше питання, щоб мати кошти, засіятися на наступний рік. Україна – це наш дім, це мій дім, я тут народився, я тут виріс. Це прекрасна країна з дуже великими можливостями. Маса можливостей, маса напрямків. Один з напрямків – це зберігання зерна, приймання його. Інший напрямок – це реалізація, трейдинг, ринок добрив, засобів захисту. Третій напрямок – це переробка. Хотів би побажати натхнення, не відступати від свого курсу, мати свої потужності по збереженню зерна і шукати ринки збуту, триматися до перемоги.
Зараз ми знаходимося в моєму господарстві. Я вирощую розсаду овочів, помідорів, баклажанів, перцю. Вирощую також огірки. Мені в цьому році допомогли з насінням та посадковим матеріалом. Я отримала картоплю, багато посадкового матеріалу овочів. Вирощену продукцію я зможу тепер продати і заробити собі кошти на прожиття. Дуже цікаво поспілкуватися з агрономом. Вони мені розказали про підживлення, по удобреннях. Це приносить багато щастя, коли зустрічає тебе людина і каже: «Дякуємо вам за ваші овочі, за вашу розсаду». І це ще стимулює до роботи, приносить більше натхнення. Нам потрібно всім зараз в даний момент піднімати нашу країну, Україну, щоб ми були вдома, щоб наші діти були щасливі. Саме головне – життя.
Справа була налагоджена, все йшло своїм чередом, доки це не прийшла до нас війна. Війна геть змінила все. Ну, важко це переносить, і загалом важко було вирішитися на переїзд. Постало питання або чекати до останнього, щоб тоді з валізами виїхати, або вже виїхати хоч з чимось і забрати свою справу тут уже і продовжити на новому місці. Вирішили, що діти важливіше, і 1 червня ми їх вивезли на Полтавщину. Шукали це так спонтанно, ткнули пальцем у карту по межах, де менше всього йдуть бойові дії, і вирішили туди перевезти дітей. Як уже ми трошечки тут влаштувалися, громада нам запропонувала допомогу. Знайшли нам спонсора Всеукраїнську асоціацію громад і Сейтагро. Вони нам допомогли з перевізкою наших годувальниць.
До нашої програми звернулася Сергіївська територіальна громада Полтавської області, в яку релокувалася сім'я Кириченків із Донецької області, де відбуваються бойові дії. Вони переїхали самі, але також не дуже хотіли забрати своїх корів, які є основним джерелом доходу для їхньої родини. В програмі «Все загального та сільського розвитку» було розглянутий цей запит, і в рамках ініціативи спільно з Всеукраїнською асоціацією громад «Згуртовані громади» було підтримана дана релокація.
У нас було поголів'я з 18 голів. У нас було 2 бички, один був племінний, який впарував уже корів, і 16 дійних корів. Ну, з них приїхало 1 бичок маленький і 6 дійних, 1 була молоденька і 1 ось тільки мамою у нас стала. Вчора буквально вона привела нам маленьке телятко, ми його назвали Персиком. Проблем багато. Там ми прожили з 83-го року. Вже в кожного була своя будівля, для худоби було все побудовано. А сюди ми приїхали, і нас приїхало 17 людей сюди. Будинок трошечки в такому стані, його треба добудовувати, його треба ремонтувати. Він в нежилому стані. Взимку, я не знаю, будемо пробувати щось. Проблема постала в тому, де поставити своє поголів'я, щоб в них було дійсно гарне житло, щоб вони тоді комфортніше себе почували і давали тоді вже ж і надої будуть кращими. З тим заробітком, що зараз ми маємо, це дуже складно. Допомагають нам різні організації, збираємо кошти, там з ВПО оформили Сейтагро і Всеукраїнська асоціація громад, вони оплатили нам привізку корів. Це була непідйомна сума. Потроху купляємо будматеріали, ліс і крівлю, трошечки, щоб було хоча б щось тимчасове поставити.
За їхнім прикладом послугувала інша родина, яка також вирішила релокувати своїх корів із території бойових дій на Донеччині. І родина Кириченко погодилася надати тимчасовий прихисток для їхніх корів, для того, щоб дана родина також змогла в подальшому продовжити свою економічну діяльність як основу власного добробуту.
З нашого села люди попросили про поміч. Так як там зараз йдуть агресивні дії бойові, і люди хочуть виїхати і не хочуть втрачати свою худобу, нас попросили взяти на утримку своє господарство. Ми погодилися, тому що ми самі були в такій ситуації, ми знаємо, як це важко все втрачати, і як це важко вирішитися на виїзд. Тому ми вирішили просто допомогти. Хоча ми самі зараз в дуже скрутній ситуації, ми вирішили цим людям допомогти. Взяли на утримання худобу, корови і телята. Коли люди вже влаштовуються там на новому місці, або переправлять їм, або вони до нас, може, придумають, приїдуть сюди на Полтавщину, будемо дивитися. Крізь є люди. Люди повинні один одному допомагати. Нам допомога йшла звідусіль, з простих людей, із керівництва, із асоціації різних громад. Самі ми не залишилися. Якщо ви будете прагнути іншого життя, будете прагнути мирного життя, то я б радила виїжджати з тих міст і Не переживайте, що залишитесь ви самі. Вам завжди люди прийдуть на допомогу. Україна – це життя. Життя мирне, під синім небом, дружня Україна, де один одного підтримують, де свята веселі з піснями. Тепер ми плануємо розпочинати це спочатку. Плануємо збудувати сарай для худоби, ну а потім вже собі щось будемо прилаштовуватися, щось утеплюватися, щоб пережити тут зиму. Будемо трошечки розширювати своє производство, щоб хоч якось трошечки підняти свою родину, хоча б на тому рівні, на якому ми були вдома. На майбутнє хотілося б всім миру побажати. І щоб процвітання нашій країні, щоб її вдалося відбудувати, ну, щоб жилося щасливо, спокійно, щасливо, в мирі, щоб раділи діти, як раніше, щоб були тільки забути, як їх нагодувати, а не переживати, де заховати. Щоб процвітала наша країна і всім добра, і всім миру.
В них амбітні плани продовжити свою економічну діяльність уже на Полтавщині. Продають громаді своє молоко, виробляють творог, сир, сливки і ще багато різновидів молочної продукції.
Ми в 2018 році почали свою діяльність в даному регіоні. В основному сіємо зернові культури, олійні культури. На сьогоднішній день у нас в обробітку 2100 гектарів. Війна стала викликом. Коли була окупація, ми тільки всі жили думками, щоб це все закінчилось, щоб звільнили наші території і щоб зайти в поля. В посівну було розграбоване господарство, нічого не залишилося, ні паливно-мастильних матеріалів, ні посівного матеріалу. Коли були звільнені території, ми спочатку займалися розмінуванням території, і аж потім тільки ми заходили з технікою працювати. І тому ми так пізно й посіялися. В даному регіоні немає жодного елеватора. Тут залишається один варіант – це знаходити приміщення, брати їх в оренду і завозити туди свій урожай. Це одне питання. Інше питання, щоб мати кошти, засіятися на наступний рік. Україна – це наш дім, це мій дім, я тут народився, я тут виріс. Це прекрасна країна з дуже великими можливостями. Маса можливостей, маса напрямків. Один з напрямків – це зберігання зерна, приймання його. Інший напрямок – це реалізація, трейдинг, ринок добрив, засобів захисту. Третій напрямок – це переробка. Хотів би побажати натхнення, не відступати від свого курсу, мати свої потужності по збереженню зерна і шукати ринки збуту, триматися до перемоги.
Зараз ми знаходимося в моєму господарстві. Я вирощую розсаду овочів, помідорів, баклажанів, перцю. Вирощую також огірки. Мені в цьому році допомогли з насінням та посадковим матеріалом. Я отримала картоплю, багато посадкового матеріалу овочів. Вирощену продукцію я зможу тепер продати і заробити собі кошти на прожиття. Дуже цікаво поспілкуватися з агрономом. Вони мені розказали про підживлення, по удобреннях. Це приносить багато щастя, коли зустрічає тебе людина і каже: «Дякуємо вам за ваші овочі, за вашу розсаду». І це ще стимулює до роботи, приносить більше натхнення. Нам потрібно всім зараз, в даний момент, піднімати нашу країну, Україну, щоб ми були вдома, щоб наші діти були щасливі. Саме головне – життя.
Справа була налагоджена, все йшло своїм чередом, доки це не прийшла до нас війна. Війна геть змінила все. Важко це переносить, і загалом важко було вирішитися на переїзд. Постало питання або чекати до останнього, щоб тоді з валізами виїхати, або вже виїхати хоч з чимось і забрати свою справу тут уже і продовжити на новому місці. Вирішили, що діти важливіше, і 1 червня ми їх вивезли на Полтавщину. Шукали це так спонтанно, ткнули пальцем у карту по межах, де менше всього йдуть бойові дії, і вирішили туди перевезти дітей. Як уже ми трошечки тут влаштувалися, громада нам запропонувала допомогу. Знайшли нам спонсора Всеукраїнську асоціацію громад і Сейтагро. Вони нам допомогли з перевізкою наших годувальниць.
До нашої програми звернулася Сергіївська територіальна громада Полтавської області, в яку релокувалася сім'я Кириченків із Донецької області, де відбуваються бойові дії. Вони переїхали самі, але також не дуже хотіли забрати своїх корів, які є основним джерелом доходу для їхньої родини. Програмою «Сей загального та сільського розвитку» було розглянутий цей запит, і в рамках ініціативи спільно з Всеукраїнською асоціацією громад «Згуртовані громади» було підтримана дана релокація.
У нас було поголів'я з 18 голів. У нас було 2 бички, один був племінний, який впарував уже корів, і 16 дійних корів. З них приїхало 1 бичок маленький і 6 дійних. Одна була молоденька і одна ось тільки мамою у нас стала. Вчора буквально вона привела нам маленьке телятко, ми його назвали Персиком. Проблем багато. Там ми прожили з 83-го року. Вже в кожного була своя будівля, для худоби було все побудовано. А сюди ми приїхали, і нас приїхало 17 людей сюди. Будинок трошечки в такому стані, його треба добудовувати, його треба ремонтувати. Він в нежилому стані. Взимку, я не знаю, будемо пробувати щось. Проблема постала в тому, де поставити своє поголів'я, щоб в них було дійсно гарне житло, щоб вони тоді комфортніше себе почували і давали тоді вже ж і надої будуть кращими. З тим заробітком, що зараз ми маємо, це дуже складно. Допомагають нам різні організації, збираємо кошти, там з ВПО оформили ЮНІСЕЙ Агро і Всеукраїнська асоціація громад, вони оплатили нам привізку корів. Це була непідйомна сума. Потроху купляємо будматеріали, ліс і крівлю, трошечки, щоб було хоча б щось тимчасове поставити.
За їхнім прикладом послугувала інша родина, яка також вирішила релокувати своїх корів із території бойових дій на Донеччині. І родина Кириченко погодилася надати тимчасовий прихисток для їхніх корів, для того, щоб дана родина також змогла в подальшому продовжити свою економічну діяльність як основу власного добробуту.
З нашого села люди попросили про поміч. Так як там зараз йдуть агресивні дії бойові, і люди хочуть виїхати і не хочуть втрачати свою худобу, нас попросили взяти на утримку своє господарство. Ми погодилися, тому що ми самі були в такій ситуації, ми знаємо, як це важко все втрачати, і як це важко вирішитися на виїзд. Тому ми вирішили просто допомогти. Хоча ми самі зараз в дуже скрутній ситуації, ми вирішили цим людям допомогти. Взяли на утримання худобу, корови і телята. Коли люди вже влаштовуються там на новому місці, або переправлять їм, або вони до нас, може, придумають, приїдуть сюди на Полтавщину. Будемо дивитися. Крізь є люди. Люди повинні один одному допомагати. Нам допомога йшла звідусіль, з простих людей, із керівництва, із асоціації різних громад. Самі ми не залишилися. Якщо ви будете прагнути іншого життя, будете прагнути мирного життя, то я б радила виїжджати з тих міст і не переживати, що залишитесь ви самі. Вам завжди люди прийдуть на допомогу. Україна – це життя. Життя мирне, під синім небом. Дружня Україна, де один одного підтримують, де свята веселі з піснями. ми плануємо розпочинати це спочатку. Плануємо збудувати сарай для худоби, ну а потім вже собі щось будемо прилаштовуватися, щось утеплюватися, щоб пережити тут зиму. Будемо трошечки розширювати своє производство, щоб хоч якось трошечки підняти свою родину, хоча б на тому рівні, на якому ми були вдома. На майбутнє хотілося б всім миру побажати. І щоб процвітання нашій країні, щоб її вдалося відбудувати, ну, щоб жилося щасливо, спокійно, щасливо, в мирі, щоб раділи діти, як раніше, щоб були тільки забути, як їх нагодувати, а не переживати, де заховати. Щоб процвітала наша країна і всім добра, і всім миру.
В них амбітні плани продовжити свою економічну діяльність уже на Полтавщині. Продають громаді своє молоко, виробляють творог, сир, сливки і ще багато різновидів молочної продукції.
Ми в 2018 році почали свою діяльність в даному регіоні. В основному сіємо зернові культури, олійні культури. На сьогоднішній день у нас в обробітку 2100 гектарів. Війна стала викликом. Коли була окупація, ми тільки всі жили думками, щоб це все закінчилось, щоб звільнили наші території і щоб зайти в поля. В посівну було розграбоване господарство, нічого не залишилося, ні паливно-мастильних матеріалів, ні посівного матеріалу. Коли були звільнені території, ми спочатку займалися розмінуванням території, і аж потім тільки ми заходили з технікою працювати. І тому ми так пізно й посіялися. В даному регіоні немає жодного елеватора. Тут залишається один варіант – це знаходити приміщення, брати їх в оренду і завозити туди свій урожай. Це одне питання. Інше питання, щоб мати кошти, засіятися на наступний рік. Україна – це наш дім, це мій дім, я тут народився, я тут виріс. Це прекрасна країна з дуже великими можливостями. Маса можливостей, маса напрямків. Один з напрямків – це зберігання зерна, приймання його. Інший напрямок – це реалізація, трейдинг, ринок добрив, засобів захисту. Третій напрямок – це переробка. Хотів би побажати натхнення, не відступати від свого курсу, мати свої потужності по збереженню зерна і шукати ринки збуту, триматися до перемоги.
Зараз ми знаходимося в моєму господарстві. Я вирощую розсаду овочів, помідорів, баклажанів, перцю. Вирощую також огірки. Мені в цьому році допомогли з насінням та посадковим матеріалом. Я отримала картоплю, багато посадкового матеріалу овочів. Вирощену продукцію я зможу тепер продати і заробити собі кошти на прожиття. Дуже цікаво поспілкуватися з агрономом. Вони мені розказали про підживлення, по удобреннях. Це приносить багато щастя, коли зустрічає тебе людина і каже: «Дякуємо вам за ваші овочі, за вашу розсаду». І це ще стимулює до роботи, приносить більше натхнення. Нам потрібно всім зараз, в даний момент, піднімати нашу країну, Україну, щоб ми були вдома, щоб наші діти були щасливі. Саме головне – життя.
була налагоджена, все йшло своїм чередом, доки це не прийшла до нас війна. Війна геть змінила все. Ну, важко це переносить, і загалом важко було вирішитися на переїзд. Постало питання або чекати до останнього, щоб тоді з валізами виїхати, або вже виїхати хоч з чимось і забрати свою справу тут уже і продовжити на новому місці. Вирішили, що діти важливіше, і 1 червня ми їх вивезли на Полтавщину. Шукали це так спонтанно, ткнули пальцем у карту по межах, де менше всього йдуть бойові дії, і вирішили туди перевезти дітей. Як уже ми трошечки тут влаштувалися, громада нам запропонувала допомогу. Знайшли нам спонсора Всеукраїнську асоціацію громад і Сейтагро. Вони нам допомогли з перевізкою наших годувальниць.
До нашої програми звернулася Сергіївська територіальна громада Полтавської області, в яку релокувалася сім'я Кириченків із Донецької області, де відбуваються бойові дії. Вони переїхали самі, але також вони дуже хотіли забрати своїх корів, які є основним джерелом доходу для їхньої родини. Програмою загального та сільського розвитку було розглянутий цей запит, і в рамках ініціативи спільно з Всеукраїнською асоціацією громад «Згуртовані громади» було підтримана дана релокація.
У нас було поголів'я з 18 голів. У нас було 2 бички, один був племінний, який впарував уже корів, і 16 дійних корів. З них приїхало 1 бичок маленький і 6 дійних, 1 була молоденька і 1 ось тільки мамою у нас стала. Вчора буквально вона привела нам маленьке телятко, ми його назвали Персиком. Проблем багато. Там ми прожили з 83-го року. Вже в кожного була своя будівля, для худоби було все побудовано. А сюди ми приїхали, і нас приїхало 17 людей сюди. Будинок трошечки в такому стані, його треба добудовувати, його треба ремонтувати. Він в нежилому стані. Взимку, я не знаю, будемо пробувати щось. Проблема постала в тому, де поставити своє поголів'я, щоб в них було дійсно гарне житло, щоб вони тоді комфортніше себе почували і давали тоді вже ж і надої будуть кращими. З тим заробітком, що зараз ми маємо, це дуже складно. Допомагають нам різні організації, збираємо кошти, там з ВПО оформили Сейтагро і Всеукраїнська асоціація громад, вони оплатили нам привізку корів. Це була непідйомна сума. Потроху купляємо будматеріали, ліс і крівлю, трошечки, щоб було хоча б щось тимчасове поставити.
За їхнім прикладом послугувала інша родина, яка також вирішила релокувати своїх корів із території бойових дій на Донеччині. І родина Кириченко погодилася надати тимчасовий прихисток для їхніх корів, для того, щоб дана родина також змогла в подальшому продовжити свою економічну діяльність як основу власного добробуту.
З нашого села люди попросили про поміч. Так як там зараз йдуть агресивні дії бойові, і люди хочуть виїхати і не хочуть втрачати свою худобу, нас попросили взяти на утримку своє господарство. Ми погодилися, тому що ми самі були в такій ситуації, ми знаємо, як це важко все втрачати, і як це важко вирішитися на виїзд. Тому ми вирішили просто допомогти. Хоча ми самі зараз в дуже скрутній ситуації, ми вирішили цим людям допомогти. Взяли на утримання худобу, корови і телята. Коли люди вже влаштовуються там на новому місці, або переправлять їм, або вони до нас, може, придумають, приїдуть сюди на Полтавщину, будемо дивитися. Крізь є люди. Люди повинні один одному допомагати. Нам допомога йшла звідусіль, з простих людей, із керівництва, із асоціації різних громад. Самі ми не залишилися. Якщо ви будете прагнути іншого життя, будете прагнути мирного життя, то я б радила виїжджати з тих міст і не переживати, що залишитесь ви самі. Вам завжди люди прийдуть на допомогу. Україна – це життя. Життя мирне, під синім небом, дружня Україна, де один одного підтримують, де свята веселі з піснями. Тепер ми плануємо розпочинати це спочатку. Плануємо збудувати сарай для худоби, ну а потім вже собі щось будемо прилаштовуватися, щось утеплюватися, щоб пережити тут зиму. Будемо трошечки розширювати своє производство, щоб хоч якось трошечки підняти свою родину, хоча б на тому рівні, на якому ми були вдома. На майбутнє хотілося б всім миру побажати. І щоб процвітання нашій країні, щоб її вдалося відбудувати, ну, щоб жилося щасливо, спокійно, щасливо, в мирі, щоб раділи діти, як раніше, щоб були тільки забути, як їх нагодувати, а не переживати, де заховати. Щоб процвітала наша країна і всім добра, і всім миру.
В них амбітні плани продовжити свою економічну діяльність уже на Полтавщині. Продають громаді своє молоко, виробляють творог, сир, сливки і ще багато різновидів молочної продукції.
Ми в 2018 році почали свою діяльність в даному регіоні. В основному сіємо зернові культури, олійні культури. На сьогоднішній день у нас в обробітку 2100 гектарів. Війна стала викликом. Коли була окупація, ми тільки всі жили думками, щоб це все закінчилось, щоб звільнили наші території і щоб зайти в поля. В посівну було розграбоване господарство, нічого не залишилося, ні паливно-мастильних матеріалів, ні посівного матеріалу. Коли були звільнені території, ми спочатку займалися розмінуванням території, і аж потім тільки ми заходили з технікою працювати. І тому ми так пізно й посіялися. В даному регіоні немає жодного елеватора. Тут залишається один варіант – це знаходити приміщення, брати їх в оренду і завозити туди свій урожай. Це одне питання. Інше питання, щоб мати кошти, засіятися на наступний рік. Україна – це наш дім, це мій дім, я тут народився, я тут виріс. Це прекрасна країна з дуже великими можливостями. Маса можливостей, маса напрямків. Один з напрямків – це зберігання зерна, приймання його. Інший напрямок – це реалізація, трейдинг, ринок добрив, засобів захисту. Третій напрямок – це переробка. Хотів би побажати натхнення, не відступати від свого курсу, мати свої потужності по збереженню зерна і шукати ринки збуту, триматися до перемоги.
Зараз ми знаходимося в моєму господарстві. Я вирощую розсаду овочів, помідорів, баклажанів, перцю. Вирощую також огірки. Мені в цьому році допомогли з насінням та посадковим матеріалом. Я отримала картоплю, багато посадкового матеріалу овочів. Вирощену продукцію я зможу тепер продати і заробити собі кошти на прожиття. Дуже цікаво поспілкуватися з агрономом. Вони мені розказали про підживлення, по удобреннях. Це приносить багато щастя, коли зустрічає тебе людина і каже: «Дякуємо вам за ваші овочі, за вашу розсаду». І це ще стимулює до роботи, приносить більше натхнення. Нам потрібно всім зараз, в даний момент, піднімати нашу країну, Україну, щоб ми були вдома, щоб наші діти були щасливі. Саме головне – життя.
Справа була налагоджена, все йшло своїм чередом, доки це не прийшла до нас війна. Війна геть змінила все. Важко це переносить, і загалом важко було вирішитися на переїзд. Постало питання або чекати до останнього, щоб тоді з валізами виїхати, або вже виїхати хоч з чимось і забрати свою справу тут уже і продовжити на новому місці. Вирішили, що діти важливіше, і 1 червня ми їх вивезли на Полтавщину. Шукали це так спонтанно, ткнули пальцем у карту по межах, де менше всього йдуть бойові дії, і вирішили туди перевезти дітей. Як уже ми трошечки тут влаштувалися, громада нам запропонувала допомогу. Знайшли нам спонсора Всеукраїнську асоціацію громад і Сейтагро. Вони нам допомогли з перевізкою наших годувальниць.
До нашої програми звернулася Сергіївська територіальна громада Полтавської області, в яку релокувалася сім'я Кириченків із Донецької області, де відбуваються бойові дії. Вони переїхали самі, але також вони дуже хотіли забрати своїх корів, які є основним джерелом доходу для їхньої родини. В програмі «Все загального та сільського розвитку» було розглянутий цей запит, і в рамках ініціативи спільно з Всеукраїнською асоціацією громад «Згуртовані громади» було підтримана дана релокація.
У нас було поголів'я з 18 голів. У нас було 2 бички, один був племінний, який впарував уже корів, і 16 дійних корів. З них приїхало 1 бичок маленький і 6 дійних Одна була молоденька, і одна ось тільки мамою у нас стала. Вчора буквально вона привела нам маленьке телятко, ми його назвали Персиком. Проблем багато. Там ми прожили з 83-го року. Вже в кожного була своя будівля, для худоби було все побудовано. А сюди ми приїхали, і нас приїхало 17 людей сюди. Будинок трошечки в такому стані, його треба добудовувати, його треба ремонтувати. Він в нежилому стані. Взимку, я не знаю, будемо пробувати щось. Проблема постала в тому, де поставити своє поголів'я, щоб в них було дійсно гарне житло, щоб вони тоді комфортніше себе почували і давали тоді вже ж і надої будуть кращими. З тим заробітком, що зараз ми маємо, це дуже складно. Допомагають нам різні організації, збираємо кошти, там з ВПО оформили, і ЮНІСЕЙ Агро, і Всеукраїнська асоціація громад, вони оплатили нам привізку корів. Це була непідйомна сума. Потроху купляємо будматеріали, ліс і крівлю, трошечки, щоб було хоча б щось тимчасове поставити.
За їхнім прикладом послугувала інша родина, яка також вирішила релокувати своїх корів із території бойових дій на Донеччині. І родина Кириченко погодилася надати тимчасовий прихисток для їхніх корів, для того, щоб дана родина також змогла в подальшому продовжити свою економічну діяльність як основу власного добробуту.
З нашого села люди попросили про поміч. Так як там зараз йдуть агресивні дії бойові, і люди хочуть виїхати і не хочуть втрачати свою худобу, нас попросили взяти на утримку своє господарство. Ми погодилися, тому що ми самі були в такій ситуації, ми знаємо, як це важко все втрачати, і як це важко вирішитися на виїзд. Тому ми вирішили просто допомогти. Хоча ми самі зараз в дуже скрутній ситуації, ми вирішили цим людям допомогти. Взяли на утримання худобу, корови і телята. Коли люди вже влаштовуються там на новому місці, або переправлять їм, або вони до нас, може, придумають, приїдуть сюди на Полтавщину, будемо дивитися. Крізь є люди. Люди повинні один одному допомагати. Нам допомога йшла звідусіль, з простих людей, із керівництва, із асоціації різних громад. Самі ми не залишилися. Якщо ви будете прагнути іншого життя, будете прагнути мирного життя, то я б радила виїжджати з тих міст і не переживати, що залишитесь ви самі. Вам завжди люди прийдуть на допомогу. Україна – це життя. Життя мирне, під синім небом. Дружня Україна, де один одного підтримують, де свята веселі з піснями. плануємо розпочинати це спочатку. Плануємо збудувати сарай для худоби, ну а потім вже собі щось будемо прилаштовуватися, щось утеплюватися, щоб пережити тут зиму. Будемо трошечки розширювати своє производство, щоб хоч якось трошечки підняти свою родину, хоча б на тому рівні, на якому ми були вдома. На майбутнє хотілося б всім миру побажати. І щоб процвітання нашій країні, щоб її вдалося відбудувати, ну, щоб жилося щасливо, спокійно, щасливо, в мирі, щоб раділи діти, як раніше, щоб були тільки забути, як їх нагодувати, а не переживати, де заховати. Щоб процвітала наша країна і всім добра, і всім миру.
В них амбітні плани продовжити свою економічну діяльність уже на Полтавщині. Продають громаді своє молоко, виробляють творог, сир, сливки і ще багато різновидів молочної продукції.
Dear colleagues, we continue our forum on melioration, and now we have the session dedicated to webinar on creation water user organizations. And two major specialists will be speaking today on melioration. Speaker Mikhail Sokolov, advisor to the Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food on issues, and Ruslan Kalnitsky, USAID agro consultant, and we expect from them the detailed explanations of how the roadmap for creating water user organizations can be created and the details of how it should function. After that, we will have the session where all the experts who worked under the draft law and the relevant regulations will answer your questions. We have a lot of questions in the chat from the internet, and this part will look like a discussion, like a questions and answers session online. And now I would like to give the floor to Mikhail Sokolov and Ruslan Kalnitsky with their presentations. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, the next slide. No, not this one. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm very honored for this chance to hold this webinar and to talk about the functioning of the law on water user organizations, because I do believe that this is the first step for our agrarians to have the possibility to manage melioration process, irrigation process on their own. And right now we will be speaking together with my colleague Ruslan. Probably he would be given the floor first, and his part is the most important, but I would underline the essence of the law and its main principles and the basics of its functioning. It has several provisions, but the key provisions are about creation of water user organizations, agrarian organizations that work on this or that melioration system. It is quite understandable that at present, if they practice irrigation, for instance, if they irrigate their land plots, they have certain agreements with different counterparts, but this belongs to the functions of the state agency on water resources. On the basis of such agreements, they practice irrigation. Right now, they do not have necessary information concerning the functioning of this system, so that is why hardly they are ready to understand how their work should be organized and be carried out. So this is the basics of the draft law, and it is intended to solve such problems. The initiative groups created by agrarians will use certain algorithms and receive all the necessary information, enter the relevant data in the respective state registers, and practically the registered organization would function in the full scope. So what is the algorithm? The first step is to create the initiative group. Without this step, we will have no result. We should determine who will be responsible for it. In this case, we should not wait for everyone to participate. We should just notify everyone, and everyone who would like to take part will do it. Who would like to take part in the initiative group. Then, when the group is created, we need to understand the following. Well, for instance, I and Ruslan practice irrigation, but who should be invited to help us? Who is going to participate in our organization? For us to answer this question, we collect the relevant information about melioration system. We submit requests to the agencies in charge in order to obtain such information that we require. The list of land plots, first of all, who is working there, who has agreements currently in force, why do we need it? In so doing, we determine the territory that should be serviced at present. This is the territory which is serviced by the water user organizations. When we have such information, we make notification about general meeting, then we conduct statutory meeting and take the decision about creation of such organization, and we should send the relevant notifications to all the stakeholders. That is why we collected the information. Then the registration. Then we actually should obtain the necessary documentation in order to determine the scope of our work. We know that we have some plans, some drawings, but the system which should exist on the map, in fact, for us to understand what object is located on what territory, should be understandable when the plan is made, when we clearly understand the location of the objects. We enter this information to the state land cadastre. So this step, in my opinion, is very important, because it creates prerequisites for further formalization of the right of property for this or that object. Then the decision of the authorized agencies concerning transfer of property to the organization and state registration. So this is the main algorithm, just in general, of how it should happen. To put the final touch, actually, we have the water user organization. It has its members. It has a meliorative network which should be serviced. So at this stage, we have strict limits and borders of functioning of the organization. And then I would like to give the floor to my colleague who would tell you in more detail the main key steps and of this algorithm. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and participants. Now we will focus on certain moments which I consider to be very important. So we start with the creation of the initiative group. For us, it's important to understand who will stand with us, who will be the participants and members. We should know the name of the melioration system, who are water users, whether they have the permit for water use, because and whether such persons have the right to create such organization. We formed the initiative group. On the slide you can see the recommendation. It should be fixed in the protocol. So who will be the members of such organization and list of tasks to be done. So the functions of such group is to submit requests, as my colleague has said. The request should be submitted to the Central Executive Authority. Now, now it's a state fishery agency. You know that now we have the transfer process of powers to this agency, and so the main requests should be submitted to those fishery agencies who provide water supply to agrarians. So the law stipulates that the information should be provided free of charge within 30 days, and when we have the request, we understand where the water intake is, what land parcels are irrigated, and on what stage we are so far, and what parcels should be irrigated at present, first of all.
Усіх потенційних
For which initiative group will be responsible is notification of all the members on the meeting. It should be done 20 days in advance to collect the information and response on the proposed agenda, because it will be published on the site of the National Fishery Agency. It is done with the purpose to inform all the agrarians that currently we are in the process of setting up organization of water users, and it is the open process. Founding meetings, statutory meetings, actually quorum, this notion is not in use. So any meeting of this kind is considered to be as valid if, for example, we expect 20 people, but we have only 22 people, so it means that the meeting took place. Second important issue, how we will count votes in order to have the decision adopted. And here we use the principle of two keys, and this principle envisages the two principles. So we have the main votes that are counted as a number of users of the land plots that are irrigated, with no regard on the acreage under irrigation. One user is one voice, and also another group of voices is this additional votes, and this it is based on the acreage principle. What does it mean? In order to have the decision approved on setting up of organization of water users, it's necessary to have more than 50% both of the main votes and additional votes. It means if we have a great number of the small water users of the lands under irrigation, and there is a big owner of this, so for them it will be so the majority as to the number of users, majority will be with the small users. With regards to the additional number of votes, here the proportion will be with the large users. So minority owners will have maximum voices in the first group. In the second group, also those who own big acreages of land, they will be having the majority. So this is a sort of the issue that allows us to regulate the issue of balancing. Another issues, what will be the managing bodies, how the state to be approved. We could be guided by the model statute. It has been already approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. So the members could be only those who voted pro. Those who voted con, they cannot participate, but then after the in future, based on their application, they could be invited as a member. So for us it's very important to understand that sometimes we have land plots that are in ownership, and some plots of lands are at lease. So, you know, here also there are very nuances, all forms of ownership, which I have stated, allow them participate in this process. If it appeared that we have only one person and all land parcels are irrigated, but then setting up of organization of water users will be based on the opinion of one single person that attended the meeting. So everything should be in line with the regulatory principles. I would like to explain you why we have such a process. When this law was adopted, we have analyzed the numbers, what is the profile of the water users based on the number of pumping stations. And it appeared that we have a great number of water pumping stations, which actually allows irrigation only for one owner. Or here for us it's important to take all this in account, and the decision was taken that then this person, if he uses this pumping station water supply, is a sole one, so then it will allow him to be the sole participant of the organization or water company. Signing of the protocol, it's a very easy process. I will not be commenting on it. And the second issue, it's the most difficult for understanding component, that is how we should actually document the melioration borders, the melioration margins based on the rules of the state cadastre. All is done based on the land surveying documentation and the inventory of the land parcels, and then in addition based on the registration in the state cadastre. I'd like to mention that we have already adopted all the necessary resolutions that will allow to register the information related to the melioration limits in the state cadastre. With regards to the service area, here the information is included in the state cadastre as a mandatory requisite. They include land parcels that are under irrigation, so they are integrated, and also we could include here, based on the extension of the service area, other land parcels and land plots. With the projected capacities of the melioration equipment allows to enlarge the additional service area, so these parcels should be included in the extended service area. If you don't comply to these two criteria, they could take a decision on enlargement, but the owner or the user of this borderline parcel, he will finance on his expense construction of the pipelines and pumping station, because it's very critical, because There are some agrarians that don't want financially contribute in the development and growth of irrigation systems. After registration in the state cadastre, organization of water users could apply for the transfer in the ownership, the property. Is the objects of the communal ownership, or are the objects that after inventarization there is the object, for example, and there is no documentation, so there is no master, there is no host, there is no owner. So and then the governing body responsible for this, they should transfer this to the state, and we believe that in a short run period we will have the state melioration agency, and this will be there functional. If we have the objects of communal property, decision to be taken by the local government bodies. So this decision should be taken in a 20 days period after application and submission of the documents. And actually in the commission we include representatives of organization of water users, local government bodies representatives, and they actually sign the act of transfer. Actually this and they indicate the date, and from this date the organization of water users will be responsible for the water delivery to irrigated lands owners. We believe that these documents will be adopted in a short run. Actually, all the main canals will be under the state ownership. We will have the state operators, and then the law 7577 regulate this issue, and the objects which belong that are in a private ownership, so they are not covered by this law. They will not be transferred. Actually, the act of transfer could be rejected based on the situations when the object is not included in the service area, and this we could check with the state cadastre data. And in case, for example, the objects have already been transferred to another organization of water users. Also, the law spells out specific features of the use of the assets with this organization. And for example, the assets that they obtained under transfer, these assets could be used only under their functional purpose, and they cannot be transferred to any other person. They cannot be leased out, they cannot be pledged, and so on and so forth. So actually they are actually not allowed to have any transfer. This is done in order to provide integrated nature of the complex assets, and this is the main objective of the melioration reform. We understand that some objects could be replaced, then the ban also will cover the new object, and the old one that was under the ban can participate in this process. Also, it's important to mention that very often different issues as to the ownership are covered in this law. If we have the objects that are in ownership with some other persons, the law designates the guarantees for these persons, and this person should have an agreement on the use of such assets. With regards to the structure of organization of water users and all necessary documents, it's a statute that should be approved by at the statutory meeting, or sometimes we use the model statute. Also, we have procedures on the use of that or that principles. Also, additional issues should be regulated by relevant documents. The rule of service delivery by the organization of water users, technical regulations, another set of documents servicing the irrigation network, and the agreement for the water supply. As to the membership in the organization of water users, actually, first of all, this should be the water user that has a sort of a relevant, adequate permit for the water use, as it is prescribed by the law. It could be the owner of the land parcel or the land user. Landowner or land user, and these parcels should be included in the service area of the organization of water users. So here it means that organization should include any person who submitted the application. Stopping membership or voluntary exit as a consequence of liquidation or after death of a physical person, consequently, any circumstances that do not comply for the first rule, whether the abolishment of the ownership titles or transfer of the assets to the other person, then this person should stop membership in this organization. And also, for example, expiry date of the permits issued for the members. First of all, what are the benefits of this? First of all, the managerial decisions adaptation is based on the votes, because general meetings of organization of water users actually will be, it's the advantage that all decisions are based on the votes. Then the guaranteed water supply in case of water deficits due to the drought or any other emergency situations. In these cases, members of the water users organizations are given the priority, and also the delivery of water is based on the acreage proportionally. Also very important to mention that acquiring membership based on the decision of the general meeting, here also they envisage membership fee, so the person actually is allowed to be the member of organization only after paying the membership fee.
So the management system, the main body is the supervising the general meeting. Actually, it is responsible for changing of the statute, liquidation of the organization, consideration of claims or decisions on agreements concerning the assets, financial issues. Approval of cost estimates, approval of reserve funds for financing of the purposes determined by the general meeting, decision on membership fees, procedure of its payment, tariff for provision of services, and approval of the decision for payment for labor or salary for members, approval of new members, acceptance of new members. The principle is as follows: if a land plot is within the territory of the water user organization, so the executive body is responsible for taking the relevant decision. If such request comes from a person who is the owner from adjacent land plot, so this decision should be transferred to the general meeting for its consideration, because we should extend the territory of serviced by the organization, and thus to approve the relevant documentation, and this should be financed by the person who is going to become the member of the water user organization. Executive and supervising bodies, collegial body, head of the board, for instance, if the number of them is less than 10, so only one person, head of the board, can be responsible, and the auditor can be also present. So the collegial body exists in this case, so the executive body can include the organization members and non-members of the organizations. The law also stipulates that the executive director can be elected at the discretion of the general meeting, who is responsible for performing his duties on the basis of civil agreement. Of course, the supervisory body council can exist to control the activity of the organization. Also, the rules of provision of services should be taken into account. The law has it that you may not conclude agreement with a member of the organization, but we would advise to conclude such agreements concerning accounting and reporting in particular. Another important issue is tariffs. The tariff is not regulated by the state. It is determined by the organization, by the decision of the general meeting, and the tariff comprises two parts: permanent and temporary, variable part. In order to in order to provide sustainable functioning of the organization, the tariffs do not depend on the volume of the land used, but on the acreage of the lands in possession, which is organization responsible for, and the expenses for development and functioning of the melioration system that should function actually irrespective of any circumstances and require constant financing. Sources of financing of the organization: entrance fees, if they are envisaged by the general meeting; target fees, they can be direct or irreversible, actually, or reversible. So in this case, they are paid by certain members by his or her consent, which is fixed in the relevant agreement. Other sources, tariffs, other sources not prohibited by law. The law also envisages the possibility to provide dotations for the functioning of the pumping stations owned by the organization, in case the coefficient is less than the standard level is actually. In case these are envisaged by the state, can be allocated from the state budget. If we can go back to the previous slide, we have grants and international aid as a possible source of financing. I do believe that it is necessary to underline that the funds provided by the state and funds provided by international charity organizations or humanitarian organizations, if they want to, they can direct these funds to the so-called development fund, and these funds should be calculated separately. Moreover, their no. I don't know. Just we all have lack of time, and so they shall be calculated separately within this fund. Another peculiarity is as follows: the permanent component of the tariff can be paid in advance. Another peculiarity is that the entrance fees should be paid proportionally to the square of the land plot of the new member, and if such fee is paid by a person who was the previous member of the organization but left it, so those person who rents the land plot will not pay such fees because they were paid by previous owner. Expenses concerning this aspect, the law stipulates that there is a cost estimate. Its period shall be determined by the general meeting, but we recommend to do it annually. The directions should be agreed by the very cost estimate approved by the general meeting, but redistribution can be delegated to the executive body in order to solve certain urgent issues. And it is possible to create reserve funds for unexpected costs and expenses in order to protect assets in case of emergency. Two other main norms which are of primary importance are as follows. One of them is assessment on the impact on environment. The law has it that if the organization exploits the assets within their target use, so their use should not undergo the environmental assessment. If you should conduct reconstruction, new building, or enhance your potential, then the assessment should be done. Then non-extension to irreversible transfer and norms on state support imply that these issues should be agreed with the Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine, and so in this case the decision of Anti-Monopoly Committee is not actually recommended in any case. Okay, thank you very much, Mikhail Sokolov. We have several questions in chat. Probably I would start with them. The next range of questions appeared during registration. When people registered for participation in this forum, the participants could answer their questions. So my request is that you answer very quickly, because we have very little time left. 1 minute probably for one answer. I will ask all the questions. So please do it quickly and very briefly. And just let's try to do it. We have approximately half an hour. Mikhail Sokolov, advisor to the Minister of Agrarian Policy, and our Taras Kot also is present. Alexander Sulayev, USAID Agro, and the project manager from USAID Agro, and I will moderate the session. So we have a lot of experts here, but we will try to do it as quick as it is only possible. The first question is to Mikhail Sokolov. the Institute of Water Problems and Melioration, why do not you pay attention to a drainage system under climate change? Under climate change, it is necessary to provide water management. I do not agree. I do not agree.
I disagree with the fact that we don't put a focus on the reclamation of the lands. Today we have two sides of this issue. What is done from the point of view of regulation and what is done in the practical plane. From the practical plane point, as you have heard, currently we get and acquire these melioration objects. By now we have not had a chance to do something with them. When we get them, then we could do something over this certain period of time. But this will be with the functional of the state melioration agency like Taras Scott representing this body. With regards to the melioration, actually, the draft law that is under the consideration, we have a separate chapter devoted to the topic of drainage systems, how we can switch them to the organization of water users, how they will operate at the operational level. There will be operators and their functional will be both drainage and irrigation. It's a technical specificality of their operation we should take into account. But if there is any proposal with regards to7577 in the law number 7577, I understand that I will be very pleased to get these proposals and discuss them. And as you have mentioned, Taras Scott, we address this question for you. And actually, when we have, for example, water companies to whom they will subordinate vertically, to the regional offices? No, currently, water economy will not subordinate neither the water resource agency, neither for the regional water resource offices. We understand when such an arrangement, when we have the central body, when there is the intermediary between the bodies that is governing melioration system, it is a sort of old days tradition. And we understand here between the state water resource and fishery agency, no intermediaries are envisaged. Taras, this question goes for you and to Vyacheslav Rozgan. Whether during the reform preparation actually have you focused on the issues on the beds of the small and rivers, whether you included it in order to clean them? The point is that what is necessary to do, that we should clean certain rivers that are drained because of the melioration operations. We understand that it should be in the focus. But I would like to add, colleagues, the point is that you may ask, you plan to make the automobile, whether you put a focus on the brakes or drive system, all the units are the part of this system. And if you speak about the reform, which we would like to speed up, for us it's important to provide for the operation of the entire system. It should be managed as best as possible. If, for example, I set up organization of water uses and I have the object that it is neglected and I'm supposed to get water, maybe it's in my interest to renew this object. For our future work, we plan actually to focus on cleaning the waters and to use all these deposits that could be used for fertilization of the arable lands, agricultural lands. Mikhail, what will be the cost of 1 cubic meter of water? What are your expectations? So I think that the ministry actually should not give the answer on such questions. Actually, it's the question to the system itself. For example, how high is the water level? Depending on this, we will have the real costs. What are the losses? What equipment is used? What is the equipment energy efficiency? So we have many questions that are very specific to this system. And the answers should be with agrarians because they will be managing this system in future. Currently, we looked at certain systems. It could be 2 hryvnias, including the power costs. Maybe it will be higher. Everything depends on the system. If, for example, you should raise water level by 100 meters, it's another cost. Also, we would like to have a 2-rate tariff that is permanent costs that will be covering the irrigation of the certain acreage. There are some proposals in this regard in the draft law 7577. And also the second component, this is delivery of 1 cubic meter of water. I would like to add to this, the tariff will be economically justified because it will be set by agrarians which lands are to be irrigated. They are interested in supply of the water to their lands. And this is a very important issue. So the ministry will not interfere in this process, as I understand. Thank you very much. Maybe it's strange, but actually ministry will have no right to interfere. Another question, when you renovate the project of the recovery of 100% costs of certain categories of irrigation systems, nobody could envisage this. I understand, difficult to say why it doesn't take place. So we are in hostilities with the invader. And for us it's difficult to give the answer, but we as the ministry would like to channel the resources available with the World Bank and EBRD. We would like to channel these resources for the purposes of melioration. We will be working closely with the Buffett Foundation Fund, and next year we plan that the first projects will be implemented. We understand that we should look for other resources for funding. And with regards to the future year, we understand that capital costs will not be allowed for the next year. And with regards to the state support, national support systems, support programs, also they will be limited by certain circumstances that I have already numbered. Given how much time is needed in order to set up the organization of water users, based on these legislation documents that we have, we understand that there are certain documents to be developed in order. Still, everything depends whether agrarians do this registration procedure on their own, or they will get to the lawyers to assist them. So actually we have already some deadlines. For example, if you announce the date of the statutory meetings, so it should be done 20 days in advance. So we speak about the registration of the organization as a legal entity. But for us it's important actually the date from which the organization of water users will be delivering water to the land. In this regard, it's very difficult to make any forecast. We don't know whether we will have some impediments on this along this road, because in some communities we have the situation when certain melioration systems actually were transferred to the communal property. And sometimes you see they lease out this equipment, and though we understand that there are certain peculiarities which could have an impact on the overall process, but the 1-2 months, I believe, it will be the period necessary for setting up organization of water users. Taras, this question goes to you. Maybe experts will also enjoy reclamation of melioration after the war. Actually, how much time you envisage it will take place, you need in order to reclaim these systems in the Kherson region? It's difficult to say what is the status, in what shape they are, and also what happens with the lands under irrigation. Nobody knows. Actually, we are collecting this information. What is the real situation in the temporary occupied territories where we have hostilities? But for us, it's important to understand. Actually, the focus will be after the war on the Kherson region. We understand that in the framework of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, certain proposals were prepared. Mikhailo, maybe you could explain us what the ministry is doing. There are some proposals, the cost estimates have been made, and in order to reclaim what we have had from the Soviet time. But when these proposals were prepared and estimates were made, at that time we have no understanding what could be the scale of damage of the melioration systems. Actually, I have very poor news, really bad news, because these systems are not used for purpose, and the shape of these systems is really bad. In order to have the final estimation of these costs, it's necessary to have the final inventory. For us, it's important to see what actually have been damaged and ruined. We understand that certain funds are planned for the recovery of the economy in this country. You know, maybe more than me, what could be done after the war, but for us it's important to have records on the damaged assets, and then actually to seek for the reimbursement of these costs. As to the numbers, excuse me, no, probably nobody knows these figures. Thank you very much. Yes, we do confirm such programs of funding are available for the deoccupied territories. Also, it is planned reclamation activities and measures in place, as well as what are the financial the mechanism for the reclamation of the melioration systems. to plan investing and investing on modernization of melioration networks. The board of the Organization of Water Users prepares the budget estimates to be approved by the general meeting. The investments could be made through the permanent component in the tariff. Actually, also certain resources could be invited as loans. Also, if the subsidy mechanism is envisaged by the state policy, these resources could be with regards to the grant supported mechanisms. Also, they could be envisaged. It could be direct investments based on the agreements with the members of the Organization of Water Users, and it could be under the pledge of the members of the Organization of Water Users. So also all these procedures envisages that mechanisms to be approved by the members of organization, who is responsible for the spatial planning data of the hydrotechnical, because I will answer this state cadastre agency. This is its responsibility, and yesterday we included changes by the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, and now we understand that the state cadastre agency will develop technical instruments, and this will enable introduction of all this melioration system data to the cadastre. So all the data will be submitted through the state cadastre system. Next question goes to Taras Scott. Given the environmental indicators, what environmental indicators will be, for example, covered when you plan to expand melioration systems? I will answer. This is actually the legal legislative point. We have if it's a new system or we enlarge the irrigation area, in this case it's necessary actually to have a sort of an environmental audit in order to understand what the environmental impact it will have. If we don't change anything, if we only renew the system, then the question goes, we should ask what we would like to audit. And if, for example, we repair something, and then evaporation and technical water use is going down, then it will not have an impact on the environment. So it means we will have a lower water use, and that's why, as I understand, legislation has already set up how we should behave in this or that situation. So, Taras, again, we ask you to answer this question. What is the procedure of retirement of certain equipment? We should agree on this with the system. And then you should understand whether there is a need in renovation of irrigation system. In Bereznovatska Rayon, we have the pumping stations, because before they had irrigation systems, but irrigation will not be recovered in this area. The point is that the land itself, soils, are not good for agricultural purposes. And the procedure of retirement is standard.
Accordingly, the enterprise addresses the central executive body, and the system is written off. So this procedure is regulated by the CMU regulation. It is applicable for all objects, and while the objects are in state property, the provisions of this CMU regulation shall be executed. After that, it can be done according to the general accounting standards. I would like to comment on it. Just not to allow such a situation. The law has it that those pumping stations that are not working, if they are not transferred to the organization of water users, so they should be written off. So you have 2 years just to avoid the writing off situation. This norm is not about it. 10 years this norm is not working. It has not been working for 10 years. During 2 years, since the moment of the law was adopted, none of the organizations, water user organizations, was willing to do it. So this is not a writing off or retirement. So that was the single case. Actually, it was done in order to try to deal with the abandoned objects, just to give us, let's say, second life, to invent another application for this object. Thank you very much. Mikhailo, the question goes to you. Are we going to expect state support for agrarians who provide irrigation on their territories? Of course, the state support will be present for those who provide melioration and irrigation. Of course, the organizations of water users also will be supported, and the state support in this respect would be necessary for us. I understand that we are not interested in the volume of such, in the scope of such state support, but so far we cannot tell for sure. A question from chat. Are there any funds for the State Fishery Agency and melioration for 2023 for maintenance of irrigation system, Taras? If we speak about present situation, no. If we speak about the prospects, and about 2023, it depends on the scope of work that should be started on the 3rd of October, and the procedure of transfer of melioration complex to the State Fishery Agency. Now it's too early to talk about it. We can dwell on it further. Now we have the finish of the first stage of the transfer. So here we speak about certain objects which are preserved, and we are completing the stage of their transfer to the Fishery Agency. The project of budget for the next year has some funds for such activity, but Taras is quite right when saying that this is only the first step, because then the exchange of property will take place between the State Water Agency and State Melioration Agency will take place. So they should transfer all that concerns melioration and drainage, and we will have to transfer to them all other things, well, for instance, protection from negative factors, and they have complex designation. So this is a great amount of work, so the distribution process should take place. Everybody should get everything it needs. So then the financing issue can be discussed, but we cannot do it right now before the job is completed. Now, we are running out of time. We have 3 questions, very interesting. When we can register water user organization? Actually, the final thing is classifier. So you should enter into classifier the organizational form of the organization. Now we are expecting that the process should be completed within 1 or 2 weeks, and then the process of registration can be started. Nevertheless, if we compare it with our progress with the law on cooperation, we also have new legal and organizational forms, so we are moving very fast, actually, and the process is very impressive. Now I understand that I just confused some things when I answered the questions on presentation, but still, at present we expect that the progress would be completed 1 week or 2, and the classifier will have this organizational form, and you can superb. So in 2 weeks, we can do it. Yes, but general meeting can be conducted even today, and the protocols even can be prepared. So you should not wait for something. The second question: when they can get the ameliorative network free of charge after registration? The last question: whether Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Fishery Agency would assist somehow in creation of water user organizations. On the official site of Fishery Agency, you can find the relevant page, and it has information for initiative groups. They may submit their information via the internet, and our departments can provide you with any information that we have for you. We have a rather complex situation, because here we have to do what is stipulated by law, and the law has it that if you have initiative, so we have to provide such information, all the available information. We see such a prospect, and we will do everything we can in order to intensify this process. But in any case, the ministry and the agency for melioration will fulfill the law. From USA Agro, I want to say that we also can provide all the support that you need. We can give you all the necessary consultations and assistance. We will do whatever we can. We have some events planned on piloting such organizations. Probably it will be interesting. I would like to thank you for this expert discussion. Unfortunately, we are running out of our schedule. Probably the majority of questions were discussed and answered, but the most urgent issues were actually answered. Finally, I would like to, on behalf of our expert team, I would like to address civil society organizations, expert groups, politicians to support reform, to support the adoption of the law on operators, the law on organizations. I wish you fruitful work, and I do believe that together we would be able to renew our land and to get victory in the war. We continue our work. We stay in touch with you. Glory to Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen.